Hello everyone, Sienter here, and it's time for more of this assassin. Hope everyone is doing well. I myself am sad that there was not a new That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime episode released today, but that is life. They sometimes take weeks off, and it just so happened today was one of them. Anyway, we're going to, as you may have picked up already, continue on this assassin. We got finding the Oracle. That's what we're going to do. I should probably look up where assassin elite skills actually are, huh? Assassin. Okay, now that's just a list of elite skills. I should look up factions locations. So I have Palm Strike. Yeah, I can get Shadow Form in Dragon's Throat, but Complete Quarter won't have any. Assassin's Promise is in Pangmai Valley, but I'm going to get that on my Elementalist, not on my Assassin. I mean, I'll probably get on this Assassin eventually, but it's not important to get here. Mercy Palace has Shroud of Silence. I think Flashing Blades is like one of the other ones that I have, yeah. It's like, I don't have very many elites on this character. Yeah, I can get Shadow Form from Sunjang District Explorable. Temple Strike from Sunjang District itself. Like a temple also has Shroud of Silence, so I'll probably capture that there. Zuna Square. Yeah, there's a chance for Shadow Form for Zuna Square. Ah, yes, I'll need to make sure I capture Seeping Wound on Shakwang Skyway once we finish Napui Quarter. But it looks like I won't be likely to get any elite skills until then. Yeah, there's a couple of good ones in Ferndale. Emerald Grove Explorable has a Mobius Strike. Landers Hope has Locust Fury. Dark Apostasy from Morningvale Falls. They're equivalent locations. Yeah, we have the Empty Palm and Boreas Seabed. Okay, there's a spot in Gala explorable for Beguiling Haze. Life and Strength. You kind of need to go all over. Reyes Crater does also have Dark Apostasy. Silent Surf. Okay, that has Temple Strike in it. Shadow Form's going to be really obnoxious to get. Yeah. There's no getting around it. Should I go ahead and just get it from Dragon's Throat? The problem is it's on afflicted bosses, so there's a lot of it might spawn here locations. If I do, best way there. I guess I might as well just continue through here. If I, like, I don't need a Sign Capture right now is basically what I'm saying. If I, do that normally on Waking Waters, then there's a oh, I should put that on a bit ago. But if I do on Waking Waters normally, there's a chance I can get it there. Back here. Okay, well, never mind. I kind of wish I had dash on my bar, actually. I guess I could. I have dash. I don't think there's... I don't know. Like, there's definitely a decent number of elites, but they're kind of scattered. And the other thing, too, is I'm holding off on getting anniversary elites until I actually have, like, all of the rest of the skills unlocked, because those are not unlocked skills. What I really need to do right now anyway is finish Nipui quarter so I can go secondary changing. Yeah, dash would be quite nice to have. It's just helpful for being able to chase dudes down. I also need to go over to Nightfall and Eye of the North and stuff to get skills, but I mean, I've obviously been to the Eye of the North. I don't know how many skills I grabbed there. What's my critical strikes right now? 9. Yeah, because I'm using a lot of shadow arts. Those are probably kind of vaguely good against minion hordes just because of their AoE nature. Excuse me. Had a wee bit of a cough. At least I've got my sleep schedule moved around. I'm happy about that. It's been pretty off. But on Sunday, last week, the start of this week, depending upon how you want to count where Sunday belongs in the week, I just got so little sleep that and then we went out to see the Odyssey, and let me tell you, if somebody could fall asleep during that movie, I don't know how they managed it, because it is a lot of action and a lot of noise. I enjoyed it, to be clear, but it is the opposite of a movie one falls asleep to. Not that I wanted to or anything, but anyway, my point is that I did not particularly, I was very tired then. And I kind of used it as a opportunity to sort of hard pull my sleep schedule around, and that seems to have worked. So I am happy about that, but it is a marked change from last week. A stance katana, you say? Not that I'm making any of those things, but it's always interesting to look at the weapon crafter's stock. I wonder how much I'm getting good use out of peace and harmony right now. I'm not getting no use out of it, that's for sure. Yeah. Yeah, I have a bunch of characters I need to spend some more time on. My 4 skill points. Definitely want to unlock changing my secondaries. But one of the weird tricks is not actually being able to do a full dagger chain, because enemies are dying too fast. Not a problem exactly, but it is something I'm noticing. But I'm definitely going to need to get both territories. How am I? Okay, so that's probably gonna get there off of Arborstone. These mages are annoying. Palm Strike is like one of those elites that's like good, not like amazing. It's just kind of like very fine. Hey, Nika. Thank you. I mean, that whole dialogue is, you know, typical men harassing a pretty woman sort of stuff. It's like context, like the environment. I don't know how to kind of try to get to the thought that I'm trying to say, but there's this sort of things become a problem because of the environment in which they occur, to some extent. That doesn't explain anything. Obviously, what these guys are doing is sexual harassment, and they are being highly inappropriate, especially given their position. But their position only exacerbates the inappropriateness. It doesn't. It could be inappropriate regardless. But they should be in a position of authority where they are even better than the average person, right? But that sort of thing is, like, obviously, unfortunately, the police also are not always, or guards or whatever, behaving the way they ought. I'm going this way, by the way, just to see if this is open or not. I don't know if it is, but if it is, then having this outpost would be very handy. I know I have it on one of my assassins on my main account, so it's possible that it opens at some point in time. I just don't remember when. And if it's not, then it's not. But I'm already in the area, so I might as well check. Yeah, okay, it's closed for right now. I'm sure there's some way to glitch yourself inside of the portal, but I think it opens at some point in time. Just on the other side. There's probably some shadow stepping shenanigans you can do to kind of glitch yourself through the gate, but it doesn't matter. Okay, so I don't really need this signet of capture. So I'm going to go ahead and include dash, which I was talking about wanting. I'm looking forward to having a Pui Quarter done. That will be of great benefits to me. I guess if I was to try to summarize my previous point, there are actions that people use to dehumanize others that don't necessarily have to be done in a dehumanizing way, but because of a perpetual context of dehumanization, that is the way they are perceived, and so it kind of creates there's like a greater negative environment going on that colors things a certain way, even if theoretically, or even if a theoretical other context would color them differently. And that's kind of what I guess I'm trying to communicate through the thought there. But fishmonger. Okay, now we need to wait for his Jade Brotherhood protection racket or whatever to come here. I'm surprised our damage is as good as it is. Not a complaint, it's just a little surprised. Well, where do you think you're going? There's also often a lot of relational context that goes into various sorts of things. Weapon of warding is good stuff. But also a little obnoxious for me to have to deal with. Hey, fishmonger. Bison? I don't know. Yeah, what is the best way? Actually, do I have anything that I need to do in here? Why do I have runes of Sirmia? I just have passing the buck. Okay. I've likely done a bunch of the other quests in order to be able to get levels and things, so I'm not too worried about them. Naga hides, I believe, are not the collectible I need. I think it's Naga skins or pelts or something. It's like a bunch of synonyms for the same sort of thing, so it gets very confusing. This particular quest. One nice thing about this skill is it does inflict a little bit of cripple. And snares are, as it turns out, extremely, extremely handy. Yeah, so you have like this person right here. Yeah, see, they want Naga pelts, not Naga hides. Which you can understand, like, the confusing similarity between a pelt and a hide. But, yeah. And they, like, all want the same thing. It's very annoying. This guy wants stuff related to Amva. And then there's just randomly Oki over here as a dye trader. No black dye in stock, which is not surprising. There's often an issue where black dye, the trader is buying black dye for 1 gold, and so nobody will sell to the into the trade network. Also, I'm pretty sure Dr. Young's remedies and potions. I'm pretty sure these are all the same. Yeah. Probably each presented a little differently, but all the same. Anyway, we're almost in Nipui quarter, relatively speaking. Yeah, Saito's is already done. That's kind of a nice view of the area, isn't it? Whee! Looking up at the sky. It's really interesting to think about media influences and how they inform our understanding of the world. Am I going to elaborate on that? Probably not, right? Not right now. I'm gonna fight some Ampha right now. Here's the thing, is that barrage spam is doing work. It is doing work. Sen might get a level in there. Did. It's a good level, too. 13 critical strikes gives her more energy. Up. More Ampha. This is gonna hurt. Yeah, Zenmai's having the same problem I am, which is that getting to your dual attack is actually a little bit tricky when enemies are dying too fast. Yeah, okay, I'm not crazy. But I did miss my turn. I like those really tall, like, finger islands. The ones out of these tall spires sticking out of the water. I remember they show up in Man with the Golden Gun, I think. James Bond film. But I think they're pretty neat. Hello, Lodco. Yeah, the Celestial Ministry sort of not respecting their heritage, I guess you could say. Okay, where is the... There's the bank. Those are useful because the Jade bracelets can be traded for 2020 domination offhands. Those who were unaware. Don't need these. I do want a new ID kit. The current one is getting low. Okay. Don't think there's anything else I need to do before I enter. I'm just going to do my usual route, I suppose. Wings are a little dubious in this mission just because the Celestials don't... No. X, there we go. Okay. Only the bravest undertake and the most skilled survive. Yeah, it's pretty normal though for us, so not really a concern. Like there are plenty of going this route is definitely not like probably the least optimal for minions that one can take. I don't know where that guy thought he was going, but I didn't like it. Zenmai is aggroed on these guys down here, but she can't actually get to them. If this is just a random bow. Just a longbow for pulling. It's not any good. I should theoretically at some point next year get this character the short bow. But make sure it turns on my back onto being aggressive. I just didn't want her running through all these enemies to get to the one below. An understandable desire, I should think. Wow, they're really ganging up on Zenmai. Oh, Elias got maximum level in there. I guess another point of soul reaping. Zenmai I'm still waiting on. Ooh, feathers. I can never have enough feathers. Or rather, one can have plenty of feathers that one wishes to sell, I suppose. Get right down to it. Unfortunately, the turtle's going to be really annoying. But here we are. It's kind of the order that I'm used to doing this in. The turtle has Gaze of Contempt, so... Man, I kind of want Norgu around, or... It doesn't have to be Norgu. I guess I could tweak Zenmai to do it, too, but... I'm finding myself wanting... Shared Burden to mass snare enemies. They're really liking to run around. It's getting a wee bit annoying. This direction, though, means that there's a lot of smite monks that can kill minions more quickly with their Signet of Judgment. And we'll also get the turtle, which strips and has Gaze of Contempt, which mass strips enchantments. And also makes Wells of Weariness, which decreases the number of corpses available for making minions. Although it's easier to make minions in response, or like ahead of time now. Because I think the activation times are the same, aren't they? After the minion buff we got recently. Which minions were good before, so I didn't really need it, but... But part of the issue for me is I'm using a long 45-second recharging enchantment. So something that can strip it so easily is not great for me. So, like, it's probably about to disappear. Along with all my other enchantments. They blind me or something. More feathers is certainly a good thing. You can see the number of Wells of Weariness I get spammed. It has a low recharge, so it's quite easy for it to. Of course, some of those might just be them activating it, since they don't actually have to have a corpse now to be able to make it happen. I really love the skybox here. It's very pretty. It's one of the things I like about this game is it does random, like, pretty skyboxes and stuff. I don't know. It's like... There's a lot of things that contribute to making this game beautiful. Yes, when one gets down to it. Of course, this is not the most beautiful view, but, you know, not all of them can be winners. But, like, look at that purple, like, the distance fog is very, like, a purpley blue. And it is lovely. Some wonkiness with the lighting system over there on those surfaces for some reason. It's probably a rendering order dealio. For those who aren't familiar with how computer graphics stuff works, there's frequently a sort of rendering order where, I mean, just as that kind of name implies, there is an order in which things get drawn as you go through. So typically you want to start with stuff that's further back, but there can be different layers in which things are drawn. So, for example, transparency is likely going to be drawn in its own sort of pass, or it frequently can end up that way, which is why you can get some weird effects with transparency, depending upon how it kind of is implemented and works. Transparency turns out is a little bit of a challenging technical problem to solve. I decided to nuke himself. So you can definitely see some stuff in this game where transparent textures, particularly around the edges of grass, is a good spot to see this, can cause certain things to render weirdly or incorrectly. And that's just because of the way that the rendering passes work and whatnot. Just resulting in some odd effects. So there can be like render groups and stuff that kind of get processed kind of oddly or whatnot, and then thus resulting in what one can only describe as strangeness. But it can be tricky to know how to handle some of that stuff. So... and you always have to worry about like efficiency in that sort of thing. I'm sure like more modern engines do a good job of, or like can do a better job of handling things like transparencies and such. But the game is old. It had to be efficient, so it's going to potentially have some weirdness with it. We're gonna have to make our way through Nightfall as well to get a lot of the Assassin Elites. Oh, there's an essence of turtle back there that they're fighting. Looks like they took care of it just fine. As expected. Honestly, that's not a bad combo. Using a well to sacrifice 2/3 of your HP and then Grant's balancing to sort of try to restore it some. It's not a bad idea. I'm not hitting nearly as many crits as I would like. I need them for my energy management. I don't know what I was hoping to accomplish by hitting my dual attack right there. This definitely becomes very dense with enemies. Is my... Are they interrupting my wild strike? Is that what's going on? Well, I certainly was interrupted just then. Hey, Mr. Jack. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. I think it was your comment earlier in my Life and Channel update video about lower decks, right? I mean, it's definitely there. I have it up. Does my voice also seem kind of quiet? It's possible that you just have volume set low. I mean, it could be that the game sounds are too low. That's also a possibility. But it's the same settings that I have been using, so... have past streams seemed quiet to you? I mean, I can turn the game up a little bit. You have to tell me if you're feeling like you can hear the game sounds okay. The thing is, I don't want the game to get too loud. Okay, here's the last one. Huh. Barely audible.
see that I have underestimated you.
I'll say.
Forgive my harshness. There are those who take the power of the stars for granted.
The Celestial Ministry, perhaps?
How does this dialogue
I
sound?
see you have encountered them already.
Unfortunately.
The Ministry are nothing more than an overfed bunch of paper pushers, good for little other than playing parlor tricks at a Naga cub's birthday party. Well, you'll understand then when I don't welcome all of those who come looking to become closer to the stars. Now you will excuse me.
Like I can push it up.
I have much work to do.
But...
Go talk to an adept.
That's true, there are subtitles. I don't want to watch the rest of that, but... Okay, I'm going to want a signal of capture here. Time for a shopping spree of secondaries. I don't need 8 plat, but let's go unlock everything. Mentalist, monk, warrior, ranger, dervish, and paragon. Okay, that's everything unlocked. There is a monk skill I want to go get in Kaineng. Well, I turned the game up a bunch. I haven't seen the Oroville. I need to, like, see if they have it. What's it normally on? We typically will rent DVDs from the library to watch. That's how we watch Lower Decks. So I don't know if Oroville has a DVD release or not. I've heard good things about it. I've liked Strange New Worlds pretty well. Let's see. I wanted to grab Soulstone Strike. I have... Yeah, let's... I was getting that on my warrior. Got that on my warrior. I wanted to review stuff because I can now also go get Hulu and Disney Plus. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Let's see. Campaign and list. So, or just placement of Beguiling Haze. Okay, there's definitely a bunch of assassin skills I still need to get here as well. Shadow Shroud and Shadow Silence are 2 separate skills, which I need to remember. They have very similar names. And yeah, there's a bunch of assassin skills in Nightfall as well that I need to be picking up. And Eye of the North. I don't know why I have Way of the Master and none of the other ones. Kind of a weird choice. Yeah, Martyr I wanted to get on my Necro. Shield of Judgment I just have to go get, which is annoying. But... Okay, Soulstone Strike was the last faction's monk skill I needed. So the only monk skills that I have left to get are Shield of Judgment and Martyr. Okay. Teleporting in to draw spirits. Yeah, that's an interesting way of doing it. Yeah. One of the Aura of Displacement PvP builds that I thought was super clever back in the day was using it with Blackout, where you could Shadow Step in, black them out, and then cancel it to get away. Let's see. Warrior's all unlocked, which is very exciting. Ranger, I think, is a lot of pet stuff. Oh yeah, greater conflagration, practice stance. Facial Fury, what is it? Bad skill? Wonder if they'll buff those at some point in time. Right, I was planning on getting Scavenger's Focus on this character, but that requires me to get deeper into Nightfall. I'm just kind of reviewing to see, like, what stuff I still need to go get where. Obviously, I have a lot of stuff to go get on this character, or on my Necro, but... Alright, Vampiric Bite I want to get on my Ranger. Urban Chat Mode would actually be really nice to unlock. I definitely need to spend more time on that character. What Mesmer skills do I still need to unlock? I have a lot of them. Keystone Signet. Yeah, I want to get Shadowstorm on this character specifically. And then I have a bunch of Nightfall stuff. That's a good question. Not entirely. I also need to get characters further. So, like, you can see that there's a lot of Nightfall skills I still need to get for Mesmer. That's because I need to get my Mesmer further into Nightfall. This character, for example, this assassin I'm playing, needs to get further in both Nightfall and Factions. So Platinum is certainly a limiting factor. But it is far from the limiting factor. How do I not have Enervating Charge? Huh. I guess that's just one that you might need to buy or something. Lightning Touch is good to get on, like, Assassin or Warrior or whatever. But... yeah, Shock is as well. There's definitely a few skills here that I might pick up on this character that are for Elementalist. A lot of them actually that I kind of like on Dervish. Wow. You can just see that I need to spend more time on my Ellie. Just as I'm looking through here. Assassin I already looked at. Ritualist. I'm not sure how many more I want to get on this character specifically. Anguishless Lingua is really bad and can't be fixed because it doesn't. There's just not enough Ritualist hexes. There's like 4 Ritualist hex skills. Yeah, it's not worth doing that. A lot of what I really need is just to get further. Probably gonna get a lot of these on my Necro, to be honest. Like, yeah, I think most of the remaining skills I'm just gonna probably get on my Necro. Except for the spirits. I usually want to get the spirits on my Ranger. Dervish and Paragon kind of take care of themselves as well. I'm getting most of the dervish skills on my or most of the paragon skills on my dervish. I'm definitely closer on some of these than others. Vicious attack is theoretically one that's good to get on assassin though. And I might want to get some of the energy-based spear attacks on my ranger. Okay, well, for right now... Oh. I have a stack of feathers, nice. Feathers are one of those things that, like, if I got a second stack, I would absolutely freaking sell it because you don't need that many, relatively speaking. And they tend to be worth a good bit. Excuse me. Oh, granite slabs. Why are granite slabs so valuable right now? Well, heck. I have some granite slabs. I will absolutely freaking sell these. At that price? That's super high for granite. You can see it went down from 440 to 420. So I'm injecting granite into the ecosystem. Boy, that is clunky to do. Plant fibers are also quite valuable right now, but I kind of want to hang on to mine, I think. Yeah, I think a lot of the ritual taxes are at least decent. But okay, well, I'm happy with that. Let's finish IDing stuff. Woo. What runes? Knights and minor air magic? That's probably not worth it. Yeah. Can't imagine minor air being... Oh, it's got a little bit of value, actually. Don't know what people are doing with it, but that's definitely not enough value to think that it's worth hanging on to. I've got the space. I'm just going to grab 2 ID kits now. I do want a few more segments of capture. This looks funky. There we go. That's probably more than enough to last me quite some time. Oh, grid. Small grid. That thing that I like. Okay. I'm gonna just drop Death Charge here. I'm gonna go capture Shatterstorm because that's been bothering me. It'll be good to have that unlocked. Palm Strike feels like one of the 2 assassin elites that I have unlocked. That's how it feels. I like Palm Strike a lot better if I have Trampling Ox to combo off of it. It's been fine. Nothing exciting at the moment. I just literally have no elites unlocked yet because I've been playing this character so little. It's been something that's been plaguing all of my assassinating. Wow, I used up almost all my skill points buying Sickness Capture, but that's fine. Doing primary stuff will give me more, thankfully. What's that one attack? Jungle Strike, but that's an offhand, not a dual attack. Not Leaping Mana Sting. I might not. Do I have it? Should be... Yeah, I don't have that. It should be in here. I don't have that unlocked on this character at this point. Oh, good. Panic is doing good work. Trampling Ox is a dual attack that knocks down if the target is crippled, so it works really well. But this counts as an offhand attack, so it jumps you straight to your dual attack. Oh, there's still a warrior over there. Days. Okay. I need to try to remember how to get to Mina. Order of Apostasy is actually kind of strong. How's the attack skills to strip enchantments? That's up. Hey, Salty Grease. I will be trying out Guild Wars 3. That is something that I'm very curious about it. I'm very much so looking forward to it. But I fully intend to try it out. We unfortunately have very scant information about it right now. One of the big questions that I have in my mind is, since we're supposed to be part of the Veil Wardens guild, how do player guilds factor in if they are a thing and all that? Like, I feel like they would have to be, but maybe they're like flavored differently of like being warders within the Veil Wardens or something. I don't know. That is me speculating on what I might do to approach handling the question. But I'm very curious to play it. But I mean, it's a year away at this point for the initial betas, which, you know, I would like to be able to participate in, but only time will tell what that's going to look like. I remember doing, I remember beta stuff for Guild Wars 2. I remember like the preview weekend. In particular, the preview weekend for factions was a very specific and special time that I have a great many fond memories around. That was the time that I most liked Alliance battles. I understand why they changed things, but I also don't like how they changed things. Feels like Heal Party and orders were particularly strong when it was one big 12-man group instead of 4 4-person groups. But I also like that you could join with parties of 1 to 4 people. I liked not having to join a party and being able to kind of treat it like a random arena in some regard. But yeah, after that weekend, boy, I was really impatient for Factions itself to actually come out so I could actually play it. No, I'm talking about like the ancient passages like that. Hello, Mina Shatterstorm. I would like your elite of Shatterstorm. Yeah, that one. Thank you. That should be all of the factions mesmer skills unlocked now, I believe. It's certainly a solid elite option, and I might just roll with it over Palm Strike right now, to be honest. Okay. Senji's corner. Let's go. I do need to go capture another skill. Do I actually want this? Yeah. Let's roll with it. Let's roll with it. This is my only Shadow Arts skill right now. I think I might swap over to Way of Perfection. Okay, I need a Sign of Capture. It's hard to know what character do I want to be prioritizing at a given time. I think my Necro has so many skills I want to go get. I kind of want to go do stuff on my Necro. I don't know who I want to get Shield of Judgment on. Need to go over this way for the Burn Ward area. That's where the vermin that has Seeping Wound is, which I'm going to go capture. I definitely spent a lot of skill points on Signals of Capture just now, so. This does not necessarily compare that favorably to Gaze of Contempt. I think they overpowered Gaze of Contempt, though. Didn't people do a lot of vermin farming back in the day? Is that still a thing? I haven't the foggiest. They should probably buff Shatterstorm by making it like 5 energy or something, though. If Gaze of Contempt is going to be able to remove all enchantments at non-elite, as long as the target has enough health, with no attribute investment, then Shatterstorm feels like it needs to be buffed a little bit. Honestly, they could move this to Domination Magic and make it an elite version of Shatter Enchantment, to where it strips the target foe of all of their enchantments and it deals damage for each one removed, or maybe in a little bit of an AoE. That could be very powerful, is all I'm saying. I'm probably just going to go back to Senji's and then head over to Shenzhen, because I'm going in like the complete opposite direction. Yeah, there's the boss. Oh, you know what? I bet Zenmai, yeah. There's sleeping rooms. Boy, I have lots of skills to get still. They buffed this. To be a little bit... Or they adjusted this? It's definitely less energy now. I forget what else they did changes-wise, but they did adjust that one. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and keep Shatterstorm around for now, I guess. I don't really know why. I feel like it. I don't think there's anything else I'm gonna be looking to cap, so I'm just gonna throw that on. Make my way to Tanakai Temple. Okay. But yeah, information right now is on Guild Wars 3 is kind of sparse, and that's intentional. Early enough in the development, I'm sure. I'm going to be curious to see what the new Guild Wars 2 aura map is like once that happens. Ow. You know, if I were doing this game, I would probably have a bit more... Well, honestly, they do it kind of in, like War and Prida, but having more variety in enemy builds. Same kind of foe. I am taking way too much damage. Well, Shield of Absorption did its work there. Good spot to kill Jade Brotherhood, I'll say that. Okay, yeah, everybody's energy levels are fine. A lot of mesmers here. Wonder if there's been a new settled on meta since the nerfs to E-Surge. I haven't really looked. I don't know that I care, but I am curious if that makes any sense as a sort of differentiation. Does the game volume level seem okay at this point? It's audible without like drowning out my voice or anything. Yeah, that's true. But you can still have, like, more specific... Like, the fact that I always know what a Brotherhood mage has is fine, but it would be kind of interesting if there was, even something like, oh, this one uses this elite skill, this one uses that elite skill. Like, you can still kind of have them do specific things. Like, you can have specific things that you want to bring for an area rather than generic, while still like because you're right, you definitely don't want the enemies to become like a mono blob, as it were, where like they're all kind of like doing the same thing. That wouldn't be good. But I kind of... Yeah, that's interesting to think about. Like, how do you want to go about creating a bit of a sense of variety without, like, going so much so that you can't actually plan around what enemies are doing. Maybe even just more variety of profession would help. I don't know. But, like, one of the examples is the Corner Military has the spotters, which are rangers that have really long detection ranges. And then they also have the regular rangers, whose names I forget, that use whirling defense. And, like, those are two very different rangers. They typically have far fewer spotters. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. It's probably still good enough. The problem is armor ignoring damage is just too good. And it's too good because enemies too frequently have higher armor that nerfs every other type of damage. So it's a genuine, like, enemy build thing. Yeah. That doesn't surprise me. It wasn't killed, and I think that's good. Let's see, how do I want to be approaching this? I kind of want to go get Matu Keep. Like, again, the issue is squarely on enemy design. Having too high of armor. Like, if they wanted to make... Like, if you want to make an enemy more durable... yeah, like, a big part of the problem is the fast casting. Recharge, which I'd agree. Excuse me, I had to sneeze for some random reason. Like, that would put its recharge in more in line with other things. But, like, there are basically, when you come down to it, three main ways of making enemies more durable. You can reduce the damage they take, you can give them more health, or you can give them the ability to recover health. Yeah. I agree. I think if they want shorter recharges, they should just give skills shorter recharges instead of, like, baking in shorter recharges to fast casting. But I feel like there's a lot of design that was happening where they were feeling frustrated by the, and you can see this with Guild Wars 2's design as well, where they were feeling frustrated by the dual class system and the way powerful synergies could appear from it. And so, like, they made a lot of choices to, like, devalue the dual class system, which I think is unfortunate and not playing into the game's strengths. That's kind of what you're saying right there. We're going to be seeing this area a bunch because I do want to go hit up Matu Keep. I have ran myself out of my train of thought. Oh, yeah. So making enemies more durable. So the way that you can make enemies take less damage in a variety of ways. One of them, the simplest one, or like one of the ones is to just give the enemies more armor. If that's how your damage formula works. The problem with that particular strategy, however, is that in this game at least, there are ways of ignoring armor. And so then those become superior methods of dealing damage. Giving enemies more health has some potential downsides as well. It makes anything that cares about raw numbers worse in relation to percentile things. That's not as big of a concern for this game, though, as this game largely doesn't deal with percentile quantities. But it does make, like, life sacrifice skills substantially worse. Because you're losing more health and it's harder to recover because you don't have percentile healing. Yes. Yeah, I get what you're saying there. Honestly, I would rather them focus on enemy durability through buffs, through things like enchantments and basically through skills, just the same way that the player does, rather than just giving them a raw, like, static armor values that are increased. But I'd also, as like part of that, would want them to have like more health and have actual discrete weaknesses to certain things and stuff. Basically, if they want to make enemies more durable, I think they should either like give them like competent healers and other like protection benefits and things like that. So that way, you know, they are defending themselves the same. I am not going the way that I want to be going entirely, I don't think. No, yes, I am. So that way they're basically engaging in defensive operations the same way the players do. The other thing, though, is I think if you're going to try to increase their durability, just giving them raw HP is probably the best way to go about it. Because I'd like their armor to actually, like... The game systems were designed around specific armor values. And so when they go around that and sidestep it, the game's balance falls apart. Yeah, well, that's exactly it. Because if armor ignoring is basically the same thing as the enemy has 60 armor, like, because it is, and then most enemies, like, if they had enemies be the same armor values that players use, except, like, maybe some of them have actual weaknesses to certain types, kind of like Tormentor would make you weak to holy damage, right? But increase your armor otherwise. Like... The Frost Elementals and Prophecies are an excellent example of an enemy that's actually weak to fire damage. But that's where I was saying, like, if I were to be trying to nerf Energy Surge, like, the first thing that I'd do to try to put Mesmer, like, in line with everything else is probably to adjust fast casting to no longer have that. That was not a collectible. That's a fan. To not give the recharge buff, right? And instead to say, look, if I want these skills to recharge faster, I'm going to select specific ones. That one, I think, has some value. I just unlocked a Minor Blood rune. Fascinating. I don't know if Minor Blood's worth anything or not. I don't think so. Doesn't hurt to check. Ghost Forge and Vitae. That's definitely one worth checking. But the other thing that I would consider doing for Energy Surge is to change it to deal lightning damage. Yeah, I mean, it used to, right? But they changed it so it only affects ones with long cast times. Because of elementalist stuff, I guess. Like, that's one of the things, is ArenaNet has consistently, or like in the past, historically, consistently made decisions that reduce cross-profession synergies. Because they felt that things were too powerful that way. And I'm like, but this is kind of the cool selling point of the game, right? But that's where you see stuff like disables your non-assassin skills for 5 seconds or whatever on some of the assassin elites. It's like, oh no, it's being used in ways we don't like by mesmers or whatever. And it's just like, well, I can understand you wanting to try to address that, but maybe do it in some other way. Yeah, I agree. There should probably be more splitting of functionality. Do I even have 2 skill points? I do have 2 skill points. So Jungle Strike, this is the one that if it hits a crippled foe, it deals adjacent damage. They have improved the recharge on this one. Signet of Shadows. A lot of these I don't have unlocked. This is worth testing out. Trying to decide if there's anything I want to get here first, but Viper's Defense, Shadowy Burden. Yeah, okay. This one's kind of a cool one. Yeah, the issue with splitting is you actually just have 2 separate skills, and then there's some code in the back end that determines how they kind of connect together, I guess. I'm going to grab Dark Prison, I guess. And Mantis Touch I'm curious by, so I'm going to grab that, I think. It's Deadly Arts. I'm currently using a little bit of Shadow Arts. Let's swap over to Deadly Arts, though. It means I'm relying on my monks more for stuff, but I want to try Mantis Touch and Dark Prison. Yeah, I think the actual process of splitting skills is probably a little bit more complicated in the back end for some of that reason. Because, yeah, we had issues with Mighty Throw split. Honestly, I'd like to see a Death Blossom nerf. I can't see all dual attacks because I don't have them all on this character. But I think it would probably be generally good to aim for most dagger attacks to have around a 4 to 6 second recharge. Probably aiming more towards the 4 second range for PvE. I don't know. It's kind of the feeling I got. Okay, now it's time to go to Tonic Eye Temple. It's gonna be a whole process, but Panic is going to help a lot there. Firestorm probably not so much. Hello, Eland Rocks? Did I get that right? 2 R's. A little confusing there. Eland Rocks. Thank you. Yeah, I love the build craft in this game, so that's what I like to experiment with. Yeah, I would probably do Death Blossom to not have the damage on the direct target and just do the AoE bonus damage. And probably give it a longer recharge. Death Blossom, as it currently is an elite skill. Yeah, it's just not marked as an elite. Its power is an elite skill power, though. I agree. Get that stuff off of you. There's definitely going to be some spots where this is actually good, and I don't think this is one of them. It's just Death Blossom does everything. It has the lowest recharge of dual attacks. It does good single target damage. It does AoE damage. And I don't think you want a dual attack that does literally everything. Or just about everything. Where do you think you're going? I do frequently bring critical strikes for energy management purposes, but... I wonder how much Splinter Barrage is actually happening. I suspect quite a bit, because I don't think I've been noticing Splinter Weapon on myself particularly much. I mean, you could also make Death Blossom, in effect, like a skill, kind of like 100 Blades, that your attacks with the daggers do damage to foes around you or something, too, if you really wanted to, but... And a Mobius Strike? Yeah, well, the thing is, like, the advantage of Mobius Strike is it allows you to be able to chain the dual attacks together. Also, I am getting absolutely targeted by everything. I genuinely like Mobius Strike where it's at. But... And I like having a dual attack for it to kind of pair with, like Death Blossom. I just would... I'd just make it a different dual attack that you want to pair it with over Death Blossom. Honestly, I'd probably make Ninetail Strike, the 2-second recharging one, and put Death Blossom at like 5 seconds or something. But maybe 4 seconds. Probably Death Blossom at 4 seconds, but only deal damage to targets around you. But there's a lot of different things that I think would be worth tweaking a bit on Assassin. Like, I wouldn't necessarily change huge amounts of functionality, but I'd certainly change a lot of numbers. true. It does make Way of the Empty Palm even better. Definitely need to make sure to go get that one. But we will once we get to that point. Frankly, I need to check around my characters to see who else needs to get stuff. Hey, Menlo. Let's go. I'm trying to make sure he actually follows us and doesn't get stuck on, like, the store sign or something. Yeah, it's not great, but at least it's not, the Hordes of Darkness. Hordes of Darkness is my least favorite primary quest. I wonder if a critical strikes bow would be good with barrage. Probably, right? Now you're saying your dialogue? Hopefully I haven't broken this quest due to my minions. Okay. Menlo is probably standing around doing random emotes. Almost there. This is definitely a good spot for an incoming fallback Paragon. Or like a fallback chain or whatever. Come on, Brother Menlo. You can keep up. He's so finicky because of factions. It's just so good to use minions in factions, and Brother Menlo keeps getting yanked around by his AI trying to heal them. I don't know if I have Stand Your Ground unlocked yet, actually, on this account. I don't generally want to split my monks' attributes like that, but... Are you coming, Brother Menlo? Do you remember how to walk around corners? Hey, Nika. Oh yeah, mentioning energy search. Yeah, the problem is energy denial strategies are not especially useful against PvE foes. Simply because they tend to die too quickly. Like, it's the sort of thing where if you really want that to have a payoff, you need to have depriving enemies of energy feel meaningful and valuable. Yeah, I could seize that sort of thing. Emphasize support a bit more. That'd probably be a good spot for some more stuff in Inspiration Magic, though. You know what would actually be very interesting is if something like Energy Surge didn't deal damage, instead it gained allies near that foe, and the energy equal to the amount lost. That would be very interesting. A complete change of the skill. There's a lot of different directions you could potentially go. I mean, even a like if there was a I don't know where you'd probably put it, but a hex that was whenever the hexed foe loses energy, not spends energy, but loses energy. If nearby, like, allies, your allies near that foe gained energy and health based upon the amount lost or whatever, that could be very neat. It's a little bit like how Mind Rack feels like it's going to try to play, but then doesn't. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Like, there's definitely more room for them to play around with effects on Mesmer. I don't mind an energy burn type effect. It's very, like, traditional, I guess you could say. Or feels that way to me. But I do think there's an argument for, like, Energy Surge dealing lightning damage, Energy Burn dealing fire damage, instead of them being armor ignoring. But again, like, making Energy Denial good in PvE, like, one of the ways of defeating, like, because in PvP strategy, like, pressure strategies are trying to whittle away your opponent's resources so that then their whole team crumbles because they can no longer maintain themselves, right? Like, that's the idea behind them. And so something like Lingering Curse that decreases the effectiveness of healing means that their monks have to work that much harder to be able to keep them alive and stuff like that. Where's Master Tugga? Okay, he's back there. And, like, energy denial strategies such as Energy Surge can be a part of that sort of thing, right? Where you're making it so that way they have fewer of those resources that they need, and then that makes the formation crumble that much faster. But again, like, the way PvE works, enemies just die too quickly, and so you need to kind of, like, design foes such that, yeah, that's the problem. Pressure is too slow for PvE. And so you need to make, like, if you really wanted to try to make the things that are, like, more PvP strategies successful, you need PvE foes that actually force players to use those sorts of strategies, because it's difficult to defeat them otherwise. But, like, how do you go about doing that? Like, it's a problem for damage dealing conditions and things like Conjure Phantasm and stuff. Like, those effects, just the damage over time effects, are just not good enough to compete with ideal 100 damage to my target. I don't know that Seeping Wound is actually good here. This has been fine. Yeah. And that's the thing, is, like, if they could do that and set that up where it felt like you were fighting a proper, like, PvP team, kind of, Like, that would be rad. I would absolutely love that. A lot of bow drops. Weird. Honestly, I think what would be really cool would be, I don't know what I would call it, like a guild raid or something, except that it has an entirely wrong connotation. But something where players can set up their guild hall, and have like defenders that they set up and can customize the AI, or not the AI, but customize the skill bars on them, and like set them up to defend areas, and then you can attack each other's guild halls to get like rewards based upon, I don't know how they would calculate that aspect, like for how to do rewards in a way that doesn't allow it to be sort of like cheesed. But I think that sort of game mode, there's a game called like the Epic Quest for Epic Loot or something like that, that had that idea of like players built dungeons and then raided each other's dungeons to get resources to improve their own dungeon sort of thing. And like having that sort of setup would be, I think, the best way to go about doing this sort of thing. And that would give, because if you set it up so it's the guild hall, that gives an additional PvE oriented use to guild halls, and then you can have a whole meta around like how are you setting up your NPCs to defend your guild hall and what bars are you using there and that sort of thing. And I think that would be really cool to sort of have like raiding each other's guild halls sort of thing. And I think that like that to me sounds like something that'd be a lot of fun. I don't know exactly how you'd go about implementing that and setting it up. It would be a lot. But like I think it would be rad. Because then players can begin testing out like builds and stuff against each other in that sort of way too. I think most of this is actually fairly fine. But I did want to change my skill bar. This is not really doing much for me. And this one, I think I want the defensiveness of Shadow Arts more than I want. Like that was good experimental testing, but I think I'll bring Seeping Wound. It's probably not going to be great here. But I want a Shroud of Distress, and I want a Signet of Capture. They definitely did something to it. I don't remember exactly what the changes are, but it's now 10 energy instead of 15. I think it had a slightly longer recharge before. I'd have to look at the update notes. But I'm going to give it a try. I'll see if I can capture the elite off of Vizu as well. I think that's all the preparations I need. Honestly, just using it as a snare is probably good enough. Still do that. I'll get some additional damage ticks in if I want to. Ow. Yeah, the Ray of Judgment buff was, let's just say I didn't think they needed to take the good Smiting Prayers Elite and make it even better, but high. Okay, I'm not staying there. That's a bad spot to stand. Zenmai did not apparently get the memo. I need to take down these rituals. The Rangers using blind spam is not great either. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, that Ray of Judgment is strong stuff. Well, and then they made Symbol of Wrath basically a non-elite version that doesn't set things on fire. Because that's now cast at range as well. I would like a stronger visual effect for it, though. I don't know if there's a way to do a toned-down version of the Ray of Judgment effect. Maybe if they could take the same model and then scale it down on the Y-axis would work. Y being vertical. Typically, like, X and Z are the horizontal. Like, Z is in camera or whatever. But, I mean, you can... Technically, you can make your thing however you want it to be. But I do wish destroyers legitimately had like 40 armor against cold damage or whatever, where actually using cold damage would deal more damage instead of be reduced less. Again, a lot of it comes down to there's so much armor ignoring damage in the game that it makes the armor respecting stuff kind of worse as a result. I'm flagging people here because there's a trigger around here that, yeah, I just hit it. Makes the enemies go forward, and I kind of want to let them move out of the area of the boss first. And I knew if I got too close with the minions, they would just rush in a way I didn't want. I'm staying away from that boss one. It's got silver armor on it. Not to be confused with silver armor, which would be an entirely different effect, I assume. Okay, please open the gate. Yeah. This way is a little bit better. Direction of approach. It's like by the time you fight enemies, you're in a more open area, I feel like. Hey, you. Get over here. The area is bad, and I don't like it. Also, all our minions just got turned into... Ow, 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 ow. Okay, I want to back up. That is too much Raj. Well, we've survived the elementalist spamming Breath of Fire everywhere bit. That spot is particularly rough. Yeah, I suspect it's Spellbreaker. What's up? No, I don't want to read the pedestal. I want to pick up the 109 gold coins. That's an unfortunate overlap. Okay, we're at Zhejiangju. About some Ray of Judgments coming up here. Yeah, like I said, some Ray of Judgments coming up here. Oh man. Frenzy makes that deal so much damage. Oh my goodness, that's so many mind burns. Oh, hey, look, a brown die. Just the die I wanted. Starts with a B, right? That's how you know it's the one I wanted. Wait, you mean I actually wanted black die? No, not the stone pedestal, the putrid cyst. Okay, you know what? I think I'd rather technically interact with the stone pedestal than a putrid cyst, but... Ow. Thankfully, I have Word of Healing, which helps. Probably, and I haven't the foggiest. Are my answers to those questions in that order? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna let that guy just enjoy his nonsense. Yeah, I'm not surprised that my gutter's left killed. Going into hostile territory like that. Her health is getting kind of low. By which I mean her death penalty is getting kind of high. Probably should have given her a way out of tight situations, but hey, at least she can daze things. You know, they're probably collecting putrid cysts to study the plague or something like that, if I had to guess. That's probably their explanation. Seems like a pretty reasonable explanation, right? Oh, you killed the boss. Excellent. I'm studying the afflicted plague. I need putrid cysts to do my research. Please bring me 5 putrid cysts, and I will give you some random weapon that I happen to have hanging around. You know, that sort of thing. I'm rearranging water cups. I finished off my previous one. Well, the one that is not my previous one. Oh, boy. Cowlie. There's another flag my dudes up here, and then walk forward, and then turn around. I'm gonna wait for these guys to assemble. Oh yeah, that's the good stuff. Oh man. Pro tip. Panic. You want to panic when you get here, by which you mean you want the enemies to panic when you get here. Oh man, this spot is so brutal. I struggled so much in getting through this spot when I was doing the slow playthrough. I haven't gone back to watch it at all, but I just remember struggling through this spot. Part of me does want to go back to watch it, and part of me is like, I want to spend my life doing other things. I do kind of want to rewatch my Shadow of the Erdtree playthrough. Spirit of Restoration. Thank you. As I said, I don't want the Spirit of Restoration. There we go. Okay, that's easily the hardest part. It is an easy contest. But Panic got me through. That's definitely a spot where I want Panic and not E-Surge. Ooh, nice. Actually, these guys are more of a threat. Splinter weapon for me, eh? Okay. I'm going to want to take out some more of these patrolling rangers because they're bad news. They'll sneak up behind us and broadhead arrow our healers and nonsense, so... I'm not going to take out all of them, but I'm going to take out this batch because they're close enough. Zenmai needs a Prot Spirit. But I'd like the minions to go in and absorb a lot of the initial round of enemy attacks. They would be so kind. I don't want to go in there when there's a Ray of Judgment. Ray of Judgmenting all over the place. Shroud of Silence, okay. So I have that one. Powerful skill, but not so much for PvE. That is certainly a choice. You know what that makes me think of? Is, in the Bible, in probably one of the Samuels, there's a story of the Philistines capturing the Ark of the Covenant and having all sorts of horrible plagues and things happen to them. And they decided to do a thing where they returned it to Israel, and as part of it, they sent an offering of like golden mice and like golden models of the like sores and tumors that they had. And that's what that makes me think of. It very well could be. Ascalon is an alternate, like... Ashkelon was also, like, it's a different variant on Ashkelon, the ancient Philistine city, so... They very well may have used that as an inspiration source. Let me tell you, that was wild, though, of, like, seeing maps or whatever of the ancient Middle East and seeing an Ascalon there, and I'm like, wait, what? I want low ying, not high ying. That was a joke, but I don't think it was a very good one. It was a joke nonetheless that I made. Okay. Sell you this stuff I don't need. Deposit these funds and then withdraw 5 plat for more skills. You hear that, Tombo? I'm going to be giving you business. I just want to get the rest of these dagger attacks. And let's grab Impale, because that one's pretty cool. And see. Maybe Siphon Speed. Arc of Death is quite strong. Must follow lead attack. Target foes knocked down becomes poison for 6 seconds. Let's grab. Escape. Let's grab Unseen Fury, actually. Unseen Fury is kind of cool. I'm gonna keep Seeping Wound around, I guess. Let's go ahead and put Unseen Fury on there, though. It's kind of a cool skill. Excuse me, I need to go speak with the Emperor. I do like that you can come back here and talk to these spirits about your quest. I don't know how many players do, like, who are playing blind or whatever. I don't even know how many people are playing through the game without knowing anything and even think of doing that. Okay, back to Zenka Corridor. And that fan is trying to keep me cooled down, but it is definitely fighting a mighty battle. They also buffed Thunderclap. I forget exactly how they did it. Did they make the AoE bigger or something? I feel like I remember reading the thing and I'm like, oh, they made Thunderclap better, and I really like that skill. What is Lightning Power? It's a spell, not a skill. Has to follow an offhand attack. Oh, so you could actually Mantis Touch at range. That counts as an offhand attack, and then Blinding Powder at range. That's an interesting potential combo. It's a pity that it stretches 2 attribute lines. Because that makes it rather impractical, but... It's this way. I was getting confused. I'm like... I was looking at the map too much instead of going with the directions that I know. Don't know why I did that, but here we are. So what's going on? I do like how if you just interact here, you can just sort of shortcut. Assassin's Promise will be right outside, but I am not going to get it because I'm going to get it on my Elementalist because Assassin's Promise is really fun on Ellie. Why am I feeling hungry? Guess I ate a little bit ago. Well, no matter. I'm going to keep playing for a while yet, so... I do really like this. I still remember the Factions Preview weekend. We spawned in the marketplace, and there's an NPC we'd interact with, and they teleported us right out here, just right outside Matu Keep. And you could go look around some of these areas a little bit. It basically meant that we didn't get a sense of how much of the game, especially the early game, was dominated by Kaineng City. And that, like, I feel like the hype for Factions was quite high, and it maybe didn't quite deliver as well as people were hoping. I'm looking for some of the weird... I wonder if they fixed some of the weird bugs, actually, with the graphics updates that they've done. With the transparencies. Definitely have been some, like, very weird bugs where, like, looking through grass would make things kind of vanish, but I'm not noticing it there, which is interesting. So it is possible that either this particular grass doesn't have that issue or they fixed it. One of the graphics updates we've gotten. Yeah, it's like, if you look at each individual map of Kaineng City, it's like pretty reasonable, and they're all kind of different in their own sort of way. And there's like slight variation on palette, but it's the sort of thing where it like all blends together too much as one blur. So like, if you look up close, it's like, oh, each of these are quite distinct, with like slightly different enemies and like slightly different color palettes and their own distinct features and stuff. But when you kind of step back and look at it as a whole, it just kind of becomes a very similar feeling blob. I feel that way about a lot of Nightfall as well, because a lot of Nightfall has very similar color palettes and kind of starts feeling very blobular. It's like, oh, and here's another group of harpies and things like that. Although Easton itself has really good variety, and like, but that's also true of. Yeah, okay, this guy's not gonna give me the time of day. That's also true of Xingzhe. Xingzhe has really good variety as well. And like, to some extent, like, that oppressiveness of Kaineng City, like, tells its own sort of story narratively, but it does make it a little bit tedious to play in, so. Kind of a challenging thing to know how to address exactly. But yeah, I'm with you. That it would have been nice if they had found some way of doing so. Gonna get hit by a barbed trap, which is not ideal. I wonder, I might change Takura's build here. Yeah. I don't feel like hexes are as big of a concern. The real question is, do I want to go Life Sheath or... probably Restore Condition, right? The AI probably... I don't know how the AI for those works, actually. It'd be interesting to be able to get, like, how does AI understand skills information? Although I could do something with, like, Acolyte Jinn, too. I kind of wish that I could find a way of spending this Luxon faction, because I think I'm going to hit the cap soon, but I don't want to lose the Kurzicks faction that I'm going to be getting, that I have, so... kind of, awkward. Because, like, Life Sheath is a pretty good choice here, but I think I'm actually just going to go Restore Condition. And then Aegis seems like a good choice. I don't think I need to bother with something like an Aegis chain, but... I'm going to leave her with this for now. There's an argument for going into tactics on Zenmai. And allowing me to give her a defensive stance that way. I could also give her charge, which would be kind of nice. To have Skullcrack. I don't know how much she's using Flurry, to be honest. Yeah, it is kind of funny. I might leave her as is for the time being, maybe? Yeah, I'm going to leave her like this way for the time being. But I definitely could see... No, this seems interesting. I'm going to do this. Maybe she doesn't need sprint if she's doing charge. Maybe Watch Yourself would be better in that case. Yeah, let's go with Watch Yourself instead. Yeah, I'm going to go with this here. It's a little bit different. I think I'd rather do that than this, right? Has a much lower recharge. Yeah, and the bleeding is not particularly relevant. Even if it does drop the Skullcrack. The amusing Skullcrack. Okay, I think we're just good to go here. There's no elites for me to be capturing from this one, so... balance stance... I'm not sure. What are the knockdowns that we're worried about? I guess, like, Shockwave is an issue, but... Oh man, having charge is nice. Yeah, okay, there's a lot of none shall pass that I'm getting knocked down by. So that's kind of rude. They use... I know there's the one boss here that uses Forceful Blow, and that ends stances, so it's not good. Balance Stance isn't good against that. I think the Cathedral roof knockdown is... Or the Cathedral roof falling down... okay, these Wardens of the Trees definitely do a lot of knockdowns, so... Maybe I was underestimating that, but... I think it's just an interrupt and damage. Okay, I might want to change my bar some. These guys are coming at me with full, like, maximum ruditude. Stop moving. Shroud of Distress is maybe not doing super well here. Yeah, Danica would be a good choice of hero. Argo would as well. Honestly, like, if they're looking for early heroes to add, though, the, like, Lucas and Mai and Ison and stuff from the Academy would actually be kind of cool. Like, being able to have your classmates join you as heroes would be really, really nice. You could just give them Meteor Shower, but yeah, I know what you mean. Okay, yeah, these guys are making me want to change my bar. Quite a lot. Because they're using Shatter Hex. That's making my elite feel bad. Made a mercenary of Kasai. Yeah. Because, like, from a narrative standpoint, like, that feels very appropriate. And I know they get involved in some random quests later, so there's like a bit of random narrative stuff that doesn't quite work out, but... Oh my goodness. That was Shielding Hands win. I know. That was so many trap, like, damage spikes. The fact that I had Shielding Hands on me to absorb them was really good. Feeling fairly good about the restore condition right now. Feeling really good about the nerf to a certain Mesmer Elite right now, too. Oh my goodness. Yeah, RC is putting in some work. Sleeping Wound is currently 17 damage if they're suffering from a condition. I'm just certainly not using it a ton. Ow. other owls. I want to get out of there. Okay, is the effect going? I think the effect is going. That guy's E-Surge hit like an absolute monstrous truck before. Yeah, I mean, keep in mind, though, I only have 9 critical strikes, so if you spiked a bit higher, it would be better. Wow, I lost a bunch of frames there. And it also comes with a snare, which is nice. Yeah, I agree. It would be a lot more attractive at 5 energy and 5-second recharge. Okay. I'm gonna drop this box. Ow. These guys are a little annoying. I'm definitely using Seeping Wound more out of a lack of other choices, or other compelling choices, I should say, than any particular reason. Be able to go capture some elite skills. Botanica, what are you doing? Where are we at? Level 1 Run of St. Victor? Yeah, it does bypass the degen cap. It used to be 15 energy. I think it has slightly longer duration. But they reduced the recharge and energy cost of it. I think those could be decreased even more, but... How? In theory. Little RC in action. A lot of random nature ritual spirits around. Core is getting a lot of use out of Restore Condition around here. Yeah, that combos. Well, that was a little annoying, but oh well. First squares. Nice. Okay, I need to go pick up this valuable possession and not just leave it lying around. It is kind of weird that this is an elite compared to some of the other skills that do semi-similar things and aren't elites. If multiple allies use malign intervention, the same foe, when it dies, make multiple minions spawn. I don't think so, but you'd have to test that to be sure. This thing is a menace, the Stone Judge. I remember this guy just dealing so freaking much damage. But now he's down, which is the important part. Smite hacks, of course. Smite condition is an Eye of the North skill, so I don't have to worry about these guys using it. Haha. Not a very good reversal of fortune. I'm gonna grab this urn. Danica, where the heck did you end up? I mean, I'm glad she didn't randomly get herself killed, but like... Hang on, we're all spread out. This is a spot where incoming fallback would be better than charge. Charge has the advantage of removing crippled from everybody. But where the heck is Danica? This keeps happening to me too for some random reason. She's taking some damage, but I don't know from what. I don't know where these guys came from either, for that matter. Is she down here still somehow? Yeah, she is. She's just been standing here ever since the dialogue triggered. Come on, I need you to open a door so that the mission can end. Yeah, that makes sense. Danica, what are you doing? Come here, please. Kind of don't like it that Monk AI uses single target healing spells on minions. Like, it's not the absolute worst thing, but I really wish allies wouldn't do it. Oh my goodness, Danica might be trying to get herself killed. Because she's trying to path directly to the door, but she's going the side where I didn't kill enemies. Oh, this is terrible. I'm really glad I have charge on Zenmai right now. I'm not worried about picking up loot. I'm worried about keeping Danica alive. She's decided that she's going to be an idiot. Okay, everything should be clear now for her from here on out. I'll get that wicked whatever in the follow-up thing. So note to self, make sure you advance all of Danica's dialogue before you go running off. So that way she travels with you instead of standing around. Oh, great. The door, or those things popped open too. Come on, just leave the minions on them. It's fine. But good to know that only one minion is created. That's kind of what I would expect. Well, the good news is they're all dead, so it should be pretty easy for you to open this door with the blood of Zuhelzer. Well, that ended up being okay, but that was very clunky ending to that mission. Yeah, give me that Wicked Blade. That was really clunky. Oh well. On vacation. I should do some business while I'm in town. They're a bit rude in other places, eh? Sako, please take my junk. I don't want it. I already have Heart of Shadows. Viper's defense is lower. Energy cost. Interesting. This is not terrible, but definitely feels like it has a long recharge. Let's grab return. Excuse me. Yeah, I am going to want to change up my bar before I actually start Convocation. It's weird how sometimes in factions the dialogue plays out of order. Like, I just saw that right here. I hide these two. Where Master Togo says, "Well, Menlo's Count Petrov, surprised to see you again. Sin is not within earshot, is she?" And then Menlo says, "I imagine not. He was even more surprised when his daughter Danica told him she planned to help us. She's turned into quite a woman." Excuse me. And that's Master Togo's second line was clearly in response to Menlo's line. Okay. I've noticed that happening in various spots. It's not consistent. It just happens sometimes, but I'm not really sure why. Oh. I do quite like Pongwai Valley. Wherever everyone gathers, that way we won't get attacked. Go through here. Lighthouse. Let us into Boreas seabed, please. And then we can talk to Eldoria. I want to get to... Okay, we have enough for befriending the Kurzicks. More than enough for befriending the Luxons. Interesting that cap went up. I don't know what I did to get the cap to go up, but it just happens sometimes with various things. Okay. Is there anything I want to do before going into this mission? Yes, I want to change up my bar. How do I want to change it up? That's a great question, Me. Thank you for asking it. I think of this area as being particularly hostile to enchantments. They don't have access to HZH yet, but we'll be getting there soon. I think I might bring Shatterstorm. Make one long chain of 8 attack skills. I don't think I'm quite to that point yet, but that is certainly a thing I could theoretically in the future do. I'm going to put on Heart of Shadow, so I can escape if I need to. I like that plan. Okay, I don't know why I was looking for an NPC to talk to. There is none. You just hit this button. This fan doesn't seem to be angled quite right to hit me. There, that rotation is a little bit better, I think. Convocation has begun. And I look forward to seeing what they do with Guild Wars 3. A lot of what they're looking to do with it sounds really interesting to me, so they do have resurrection signets. They can spend them on random nobodies. That is preferable. I don't have a whole lot of hex removal. I just have a remove hex on Koro there. That's probably fine, but like also suboptimal in some ways. Probably gonna spend some time in Kurzicks territory once we finish this. Yeah, it's just a Spirit of Favorable Winds. That doesn't really matter much. Argo is the threat here. Luckily we have Panic. Argo's cry on a shambling horror is really funny. Oh man, Panic is just so good for dealing with that nonsense. Do I have... Yeah, I do have Exhausting Assault, which is also a good choice. I need to pick up this spear. I don't want to, but I do need to. Sunshine District is next. I'm gonna need to look up my quest log. And by my quest log, I mean the thing for skill capture. I don't know why I said quest log. Oh, it's because of the single thing about the quest log being updated. Okay, well, that doesn't have a recharge if you don't have any. Just wastes my energy. Where's our Spear of Archimors? Ooh, it's a whole level 4 Spear of Archimors. Well, more Naga came to attack us. Cool and great. Not a Spear of Archimors. Oh, it dealt a nice 200 damage then. Neat. The guy was trying to escape. Can we? Nope. Well, I found more Naga for us to kill. Whee! As I was holding it, I got to hear the little sound effect of it going up. And deal damage to any enemy within the spear's danger zone. Good old danger zone. What? Moobot, what on earth were you up to there? Bad Moobot. I don't know how to reverse that offhand, but... I don't know. I've never seen Moobot do that before. It just suddenly got real aggressive. I have no idea why. Did you say like 3 things in a row really fast or something? It's like... Oh. Maybe it didn't like the build code for some random reason, but that's not been a problem before. Oh, it probably looked like spam to it. So it probably thought the template code itself was spam. Yeah, I don't think it's frequency. I think it doesn't like the format of template codes. It looks like spam to it. My goodness, I can't do any damage with this stupid thing on me. Maybe I should just disable Moobot. It's been so useless lately. Or spam, it's... I don't have the spears thingy up there. Yeah, it doesn't like the template code. That seems that way to me as well. I might need to actually log in and move on and adjust some settings. Sure, that works. You can also message on Discord, I'm sure. But pinging it in game works. I hit the cutscene. Palm strike, trampling ox, falling spider, mark of instability into. Okay, falling spider or falling lotus strike. Okay, yeah. So you mark of instability, critical strikes, falling lotus, blades of steel. Yeah, that is definitely one long chain. Okay, turn Anti-Jin back on. But it's like, if Moobot is going to, like, randomly get you for template codes while ignoring the people who are spamming about AI viewers, which, again, does not make any sense to me why you would want that, then it is not doing a very good job, as far as I'm concerned. Okay. Excellent. We're back in here. I think... Okay, I'm gonna check... Yeah, Way of the Empty Palm is available here in Boreas Seabed, so... I think I'm gonna go capture that, because... Of course I'm gonna go capture that. Which way is the exit? Here's the exit. Okay. I need to get up there, I think, if I recall correctly. Yeah, over there. That's where I need to go. Don't need to even look at the map. I can just look at the world. You know? Like you should, or something. And charges, nice stuff. Random Oni attack. The problem with that combo is that chances are extremely good that any given enemy will be dead before you can finish executing on it. Okay. Well, that's just rude. Yeah, I think Shadowstorm should be 5 energy. I don't see a reason for it not to be. I do like this being a pocket of enemies with kind of atypical / unique builds. Also, my party is maybe not well optimized for dealing with this amount of hexes. This is a spot where I suddenly wish I had divert hexes instead of restore condition. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do about that. Somebody told Koro that he has a skill on his bar called Word of Healing and that he should use it sometimes. I need to remove Healing Breeze. He's being an idiot. I'm going to remove Healing Breeze right now, in fact. If I disable that, will he then start using Word of Healing? I mean, this is a stupid test, but like. He's not going to use it unless people are actually damaged, but. Yeah, that's exactly the issue that I'm wondering about as well, Mr. Jack. Oh, he finally used word. He probably used it on a minion. Okay, so he knows how to actually use it sometimes. He's forced to. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and let him use his other skills again, but it's just like. Like, Word of Healing should not be considered so precious that you only use it on a target with below 50% health. You should prioritize using it on targets that are below 50% health. But you shouldn't only use it on them, you know? Okay. But the AI frequently makes decisions I dislike, so here we are. Let's see. Because I can't get into HZH yet. I'm gonna... Yeah, it is pretty nice now. I like the changes that they made to it. Galhatchery Explorable has Beguiling Haze, but that's a little bit far. We're not going all the way there. Like, there's a bunch of stuff to go get, but... it's all a little bit far away. Okay, well, what I'm going to look at right now is what's in Sunjiang District anyway. Because Ferndale has a bunch of stuff that I want to go get, but... Let's see... Okay, so it's Temple Strike. That's a potential capture from Sunjiang District. The explorable version does have Shadow Form as a reliable capture, though, so I might be doing that. But for now, I need to go talk here, because I need to go to Sunjiang. Do I want to do Way of the Empty Palm? Probably. It doesn't really matter. I don't really want to mess with it. This doesn't really do a whole lot necessarily either. Do I have any ritualist elites on this character? Just have a handful of like random nonsense. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. These I just got, so I don't have anything on them. Curious to see what skills they just straight up gave me. Oh, I could use Frenzy. How neat. That's a terrible idea, by the way, with Afflicted exploding on me and everything. I think you mean Flurry. Flail is the strength skill that snares you. Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't necessarily want to spend money on purchasing it right now, but I would strongly consider it otherwise. The main issue is I just don't have very many skills unlocked yet on this character in terms of elites, so it's not like I have anything that I'm like deeply wanting to be using right now. I kind of want to stick to shadow arts, not deadly arts, also as part of the complication. But I don't have, like, you know, Wastrel's Collapse or whatever. Like, there's a lot of different skills I could potentially want there, but I just don't have. And I can start getting some of them. Like, honestly, it's just going to be a lot better once I finish this. I'll just insert Palm Strike, I guess. It's good enough. Not really ideal, but good enough. And not increased sales value. Bummer. Okay. Well, I'm right by the door. This is pretty simple to get started. There's Master Togo. You guys are shouting across, like, a field. I wonder what's going on in the sewers. Yes, we will do that. We will do exactly that. After I talk to this merchant. Good stretch moment as well. It's also important. Stretching is important. I have a platinum. I will go buy a skill from Yokuni. I'm definitely running into the I'm not as excited in these spot. Scrub. That's a really strong effect. I have a bit hard to make a good use of. Let's bring Signet of Malice. Let's grab that one. It's vaguely useful. It's not Antidote Signet, but, you know, does a pretty good impression of it. Or can, kinda. I mean, in some regards it can remove... Because, like, Antidote Signet's strength is it has a set of conditions that it always removes +1. And it didn't used to have that +1. It used to be, like, blind, poison, disease, and that was it. And then they added the additional 1. And then Remedy Signet does 1 condition. And it used to be, or like, so Signet of Malice could potentially remove multiple of conditions for you that are, like, not within the select group or whatever. So it's got a certain flexibility, but... Anyway, this is going to be a lot better once I get to Ferndale. Like, get access to Ferndale. Sort of thing, but... This is just rude. I should wait for some heals. Yeah, that throw dirt is really obnoxious. But I absolutely would get Flurry on this character later at some point in time. I think that's a solid option of skill to get. Honestly, Wild Strike is actually kind of bad against the Afflicted because it removes the stance from those guys, which is Frenzy, and I don't remove Frenzy from an enemy typically because I want to get the double damage bonus against him. That took a good bit of damage off. I will bring a Signet of Capture in there just in case. Up to Raisu. Yeah. Oh, what temperature it is in here? Like, kind of warm in here. And I'd like to let the heat out, but I don't really have a good way of doing that, unfortunately. I'm thinking about whether or not I want to be putting on like divert hexes instead. I might just fit hex removal onto her bar, to be honest. Kind of go with that. Maybe deny hexes. I think I have reverse hex as well. Yeah. It's kind of questionable. I might just go remove hex for the relative speed of it. But I don't think Restore Condition is doing as much as I want here. So I'm going to swap her over to Shield of Regen, I think, right now. And drop Healing Breeze from Dunkoro. Probably doesn't need Glyph of Lesser at that point either, so I can give him a couple of skills. I don't know what I want, though. Maybe Cure Hex and Remove Hex. Seems like a little excessive, but... yeah, I don't know. Let's double up on some effects. Call that good. I do feel like having a bit more hex removal would be a positive for me. Oh, the one problem with this is it doesn't have any condition removal. That would be a mistake to not have. I think I might... I'm going to change her around. Hmm. Let's just go with dash here. Put that back on. There. That gives her the ability to... And, like, yeah, the signet is a little bit redundant on her, but it allows her to be able to get blind off of herself. If that's my main way of removing conditions, I'm going to want her to be able to do that. I don't know why she just used signet of synergy on someone. Elias probably had a little bit of damage. But that's some additional support as well. We'll see how that works. It might go poorly. It might just be the ritualist spamming spirit transfer. Oh yeah, this part's actually pretty... I have not tried the buff healing hands. It looks good, but it also isn't something that I want on a primary healer, so I'd be doing kind of a paladin build with it. It certainly is something worth considering. These guys still don't have their activation. They just stand there and take it. Or it is damage in this case. I definitely want to get some more of the Paragon utility stuff unlocked, too. I really like the buffs to motivation, or the unnerfing of motivation. A lot of those skills had 10-second recharges, and then were given, like, 20-second recharges in response to, like, some of the Paragon way stuff. And then they were given the charges again. So they're given the longer recharges, so they, like, shrunk them again, because it was, like, this was killed. GQ Shujin is not, like, NPCs with 2 names are kind of rare like that. Actually, you know what would be a really interesting service is an NPC that could exchange less than max mods for max ones. Okay. Let's put on a signet of capture before I jump in there. I've been liking Unseen Fury reasonably well, but I think I actually want to just bring a cap sig. In case I run into the... I think I want Hard Shadow as an emergency escape hatch, basically. I might decrease my shadow a little bit to have more critical strikes, though. Make that a little bit better. It doesn't really hurt that much. Yeah, I think we're good to go, right? I think I'm okay with running Zenmai this way. Part of me wants to give Acolyte Jin the Song of Purification, but she can't use that and Barrage, so it'd be a volley build, which is just worse. I'm not sure if it's enough worse that it'd be an issue, though. So there's certainly an argument for giving her a Song of Purification. But for right now, I'm letting Zenmai do it. Just acknowledging that that's something that I was thinking about. I'm going to ignore this Spear of Archimortis and the Urn of St. Victor. I have told this story before, but for a long time I didn't even know they spawned there. The big thing is I don't want to carry them around. I don't need them, so... Is this from Sorrow's Furnace? I bet you it is, this lowering bridge. Whenever you use a skill, lose a condition. Up to 4, it's pretty good. Do want to get rid of this Ray of Judgment spammer. Oh, that just became a little bit more annoying to do. I didn't mean to queue that up, but I did. These afflicted monks are painful. I will say, I think Song of Purification has been doing a pretty good job of keeping conditions under control, because it's just so easy to apply, and it affects the entire party. There's actually a spot where Gaze of Fury can be quite useful for taking care of these Spears of Portal, since they're kind of tanky. The activation time on this is still 2 seconds, so it's a little bit long, but go the other way. Doesn't really matter, I guess. Most likely. You know what? I might just go around in an odd order. It doesn't really matter which way I go around, but going around in a way that keeps me from having minions get stuck on Shido seems pretty good. Okay, maybe we're just circling the outside edge. I don't even know anymore. I definitely took a wrong turn, and now I'm kind of a little turned around, but it's okay. Oh man, Song of Purification is really nice. This cleans things up really nicely. Hey, Afflicted Ritualist. How do you feel about not doing some nonsense, eh? What is this last? 20 seconds even? So you got plenty of time to make good use of it. Pretty good. Ow. I might have just gotten knocked down into a Ray of Judgment, and that was unpleasant. I don't recommend that. I recommend not getting knocked down in a Ray of Judgment. I even had my emergency escape button and I just didn't hit it. I got spikes down, I guess, mostly. Still. Okay, I'm going to wait a moment to let this whole train of allies catch up. Okay, looks like we're all here now. As usually, yeah, Shuriken Necromancer. Thanks for the concept, Master Trigger. Unfortunately, it is unavoidable. Doing fine. Well, I can kill the Spirit of Recuperation, I guess. Just wanting to target the Ritualists. That's one of the things that's really tricky, actually, about the Afflicted Ritualists. They can kind of hide in their spirits a little bit from MC space. I don't know why I just tried to Wild Strike this Mesmer when I hadn't done the prep work, but okay. Curious to see whether or not and all the minions are gonna get trapped over here, which is unfortunate. How it works. If I get the thing I want, just messing with healing hands plus or approximate 10%. As it makes spells, I get 14 pulses up from 8. Well. Yeah, it would work there too, wouldn't it? If I let this cutscene play, I wonder if it will mean that the minions can follow us all the way to Shido. Where's the fourth one? Okay, I got unlucky and didn't get it. Got the Elementalist, Warrior, Monk, and Ranger. Okay. So no capture for me today, but that's okay. There are some random effects that ended up in this fight though, which seems a little rude. This guy has 100 blades, I believe, but now he's dead, so it doesn't matter. Well, that's just rude. It makes me glad I put multiple skills for moving stuff. Left the monk for last, didn't even notice. Okay, dokie. Jamie has the next quest, which is why Jamie is here to give you a quest instead of being a henchman, and it's like kind of brutal. PBH. Okay. Let's get into Cavalon. Gonna have a bunch of skill capping that I can do now. Fences. Take me to Cavalon. Yes, 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 yes. How many times do I have to tell you I want to go there? There's Elderia. I want to go to HZH first. Or, like, to actually really go around and do stuff, but... I think there's a boss I need to capture from in my Shing Hills, actually. Yeah, it's kept out. Okay, thanks for hanging out, Mr. Jack. I do appreciate it. Have a good sleep. I think I'm actually kind of content with this bar, or this team build, or whatever. I think I'll roll it for now. I want to go get, yeah, I might actually take remove hex off of Talcora for, in favor of an ailment, maybe? No, I don't think I'm going to bother. Having some hex removal is good anyway. I don't have it spread out as I sometimes do. Okay, I should be able to find the boss that I want. There's a couple of bosses I need to go capture from in here. Or of displacements over that way. Down this way should be another boss I need to capture from, though. Okay, somebody is lurking way behind. I don't know who it is. Elias, that makes sense. He has a couple of enchantments he needs to apply. Where this locust, this mantis nix is going. Interrupted my quarter-second casting. Well, I suppose that's bound to happen. Wasn't too vital or anything. A chitin? But I should be able to get the beguiling haze off of a boss down this way. So very different spot over here. I do quite like the Echofold Forest. I have spent a lot more time here than the Jade Sea. Primarily because of the old days. It was very much so Kurzicks only. Didn't spend a lot of time in the Jade Sea back then. But Beguiling Haze is an elite that I really like, so I'd like to get it. It's quite heavy. Especially since they lowered the energy cost on it not too long ago, buffing it. Therefore, well, that was unfortunate, but I have a solution. Yeah, the Warden of Saprophytes over there. That's what I'm looking for. Probably be using that elite for a while to come. That's an elite skill. Cry Frustration can still deal with that. There's the boss. Weird build. Okay. So that's an excellent skill to have just gotten. That's going to be, like I said, spending a lot of time on my bar coming up. I only reduced it to 10 energy, so it's like... It used to be 15, and I thought it was worth it. Do I want to go to Lugardus first? I mean, I need to go both directions, so it doesn't really matter that much. I guess I'll just go this way first. Get out of here, random Mesmer. Yeah, only two. Next of days, plenty. I will admit, it's definitely getting too hot in here. The main issue is an airflow one. That works nicely to clear that up. Nice. Good old Artist Conservatory. Yeah, it's far enough away that it didn't quite work the way I wanted it to, but the thought was there. There's another elite in this map. Might as well go grab it. Pretty straightforward to go get. I should probably be clearing out my inventory at some point in time here, but that's not worth anything. I do like the runic axe skin. I think it's pretty neat. Major deadly arts. I'll examine that one, but I don't have high hopes for it. Highly salvageable, eh? Ooh, improved sale value. Now that's what we like to see. This is a funny one. Armor plus 4, energy minus 5. Not quite worth the trade if you ask me, but here we are. There's a mantis boss in the center of the lake that has Locust Fury. You know what would be really interesting? A Shadow Step with no recharge, but it costs like 5 adrenaline. That would be a potentially very good skill. Very awkward to open a fight with. Works better if you're like slash warrior and can use tactics to kill. But there's a mender around here. Couple of menders around here, it seems. Ah, there's the boss. That's what I came here for. Locust Fury is kind of an odd skill. It makes auto attacking with daggers better. I might push the other way. Why not? since I'm here anyway. Look past those guys. Spirit light weapon boss is over there in this pool of water, but we're gonna go up the stairs, not fight Chicker Bright Claw, because we don't need that skill. Our minions got pulled off to go fight some random who knows what's, and I don't care, because I don't need to fight random who knows what's. Pair this with an increased attack speed skill and like a conjure weapon, and you can just like really go crazy on your auto attacks though. Pretty fun. Not necessarily good, but pretty fun. Don't know if it combos well with illusionary weapon or not. If anybody doesn't know, I'm going towards Aspenwood Gate, I want to say it is. Or it might be Jade Gate. It's Jade Gate from here, actually. Yeah, the Jade Flats. Oh, it's a weirdly placed portal. So I introduced a intermediary zone where you can actually like henchman up and stuff. Let's see. I think I should go get Aura of Displacement. So let's do that. I am making my way through my sickness of capture now, that's for sure. Now that I can actually go places where I can capture skills. We'll also go to the other flats. Hello, random foe. HCH nameplates. Trying to remember exactly which direction this boss is. My gut says it's up that way more. I could look it up, but looks like these doesn't want to go with her gut. Oh, you know, this might just be a dead end. My gut has betrayed me. How could I have seen this coming? I'm not seeing a unique name yet, though. Should be around here somewhere, but not yet. Definitely is more northward. Yeah, Urkel the Ambusher. That's what I'm looking for over there. One of the things this game lacks is ground targeting, which is a big thing that Guild Wars 2 added. Oh, that was a little unfortunate. Partner. You can't get boon signaled off. That's true. I've got multiple gardeners here. Where's the next one? Over there. I could tell because the healing that was happening. Other gardener. Too many gardeners. The Dredger are kind of an odd group. You kind of almost call them like pitiable xenophobes. Like they're constantly beaten down. Every now and then they ally with you, but a lot of times they're kind of like more of an enemy because of their xenophobia. Like creates an interesting sort of set of contrast and stuff. And this could probably be 5 energy as well, and it'd be fine most of the time. Might be some PvP reasons why Aura of Displacement shouldn't be, but... So, like, there's definitely some amount of trying to help the Dredge in some spots, but there's also plenty of the Dredge are also an enemy that attack you on sight. So it's like, they have a kind of a complicated society where most of them are antagonistic towards you, but there are some that are not. And that continues in Guild Wars 2 as well. This Gardener needs to go down. I find it interesting that I just got a hint about how maintain enchantments work. That might have been the first one I've used on this account. No, I haven't at least used mending, right? I think I used mending earlier on in my... Almost certainly. What am I looking for? I'm turned around. Okay, there's Molyneux. That's the direction I need to head. Generally speaking. Okay, just some Guardians. Gonna be knocked down here. Well, that's a little frustrating, but nothing I can do about it. Move it this way. This whole area has these massive stairs that, like, technically you can go up them, but they're like the height of your character, or at least half that height, and it's kind of bonkers. Also, the air conditioner is clearly tripped on because there's cold air now being blown towards me, and it is nice, and I like it. Okay. I'm gonna go look up some more elite skill locations. Hang on. So I should be able to get Shadow Form in Sanjing Explorable. Oh, it's actually not very far from Zenku Corridor either. I might go do that. So that's nice and easy, and I would like to knock that one off the list. It's nice to be getting so many skills captured. Let's take care of some items as well. Not great, but honestly not terrible. So the use of something like this is that it works really well with the 55 if you need a if you have death penalty when you have 55 on a 55er, switching from the -50 Cesta to a -20 HP offhand is a good way of sort of getting yourself into a good spot again. I don't really expect to be doing a lot of 55ing on this account, so I don't. There's another one that's a request reward that I tend to use for it anyway. So like this can kind of help with that, but so I look at this item and I'm like, oh, that's actually not terrible from that standpoint, except for the 13 Divine Favor, which is a little bit high. But so I'm not gonna like keep this, but it actually has some use in that build specifically. Alright, that was highly salvageable. I think I scanned over it again. 6 steel ingots. Don't mind if I do. That was a good, like, highly salvageable for sure. Okay, let's find the merchant in the direction I needed to travel anyway, which is convenient. We'll be going for a little bit longer today, but I am getting fairly hungry. I've accumulated some platinum, which is good because I'll need that for more skills later. I'm not going to get more skills now, but I will need more skills later. Okay, so from what I saw, it looks like the boss is over in here somewhere. So that's where what's her face normally hangs out, so Annika. I'm sure the spawns were changed on that account. This guy will eat the corpses with Soul Feast, so avoiding that would be good. Grandpa healers are not particularly notable. I really don't need Prospirit on me right now, but I appreciate the sentiment. It's like Prospirit is good enough that I want to have it on, but the AI is not necessarily the most intelligent at using it. You do need to throw it on right away, but you should probably prioritizing putting it on somebody whose HP is low or when hits are enemies are especially high. It's a little tricky to know exactly how to use it, I guess. It's amazing how much dash does a pretty decent impression of a shadow step. How much speed buff is just huge, so. Yeah, the Afflicted Soon Kim. That's who we're going for here. Although this monk is a higher priority target, if I'm being blunt about it. Backing away. That is most welcome. And by that I mean the song. I just dazed the Afflicted Soon Kim to be able to interrupt stuff like that. Shadow Form is a weird skill. I'm not sure what it should actually be, to be honest. Okay. Yes, let's... go back. Last Shroud of Silences. Yeah, Assassin's Promise is still waiting for me out there. Okay, getting Shadow Form, like, really is a big deal, though. It's just because it's nice to not need to worry about it. I mean... Mobius Strike is an Eternal Grove explorable. We're not to that point yet. Those two I got already. That I got. Dark Apostasy and Morning Way of Falls. We're definitely not to that point. I got Way of the Empty Palm. Life and Strength I can get from Maishang Hills. Where is this boss? I wonder. Looks like a lot of the rest of them we need to go a little bit further, though. Shadow Shroud is Unwaking Waters explorable. Okay, that's the one. Okay, right outside Bypass Reach. Does not spawn during the Stolen Eggs quest. Okay. That makes sense. Right, I want Beguiling Haze back on here, but I also want Unseen Fury. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. Okay. I'm gonna make my way over to St. Angelica's Shrine, I think. I'm a little torn on stuff because I want to spend some Luxon faction before because I'm at the cap right now. So before I get more, I kind of want to spend some. But that would also lose me a bunch of Kurzicks faction, which is not ideal. So then I need to get that back. I know. I'm a little torn on how I want to proceed with things, I guess, is really what I'm saying. At any rate, St. Angelica's Shrine is good stuff, and that's where I want to go. One of those daggers might be an upgrade for Zenmai. Current daggers are not very good. Might be. You know what? That's good enough. It's not quite what I'd want. They don't have an inbuilt damage mod, but they are max damage, which is a type of improvement. What? No, just like anyone. There we go. It's not worth doing until I can get them customized, but I'm gonna hang on. Then my default daggers are 6 to 13. I'm definitely a little out of value right now. I don't think I want to do Eternal Grove today, but I might... That was not the button I wanted to hit. That's the button I hit. I might set up both Eternal Grove and Gala Hatchery. And then go get outposts in my Shang Hills, because it has like friggin' a bajillion. And then I probably am going to do some stuff. A quick questy thingy on my warrior. Because, like, it makes sense to do that. I need to remember to take a stick at my bot. Reprimand it for misbehaving. Just got my Death Blossom Cry frustration, which is a little unfortunate. A Shadow Step that crippled the foe would actually be really good. Okay, there's St. Angelica Shrine in the distance. Okay, they decided to ignore me, which I approve of. I don't care about a little bit of bleeding. Do you care about getting to St. Angelica's Shrine? Okay. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to leave this character here for the moment. I'm going to jump to my warrior. And I believe I have befriending the Kurzicks to do on her. So I'm going to go ahead and turn that in. Because I'm going to need that at some point in time here. I don't know what the heck she is doing last. She definitely needs to do a lot more stuff here. But she needs that if I'm going to finish Shiro's return, which I would like to do for various reasons. Okay. I'm also going to do a quick audit of who still needs to do these. I imagine she does. Okay, yeah, she still needs to do Finding the Oracle, so she needs them. Has she even been there? Welcome to Cantha. Okay, so she hasn't done Bumpkus in Cantha, which makes sense. Urgent warning. White Mantle. Okay, I don't know what. Where the heck were you last? Commodon. I mean, I guess that makes a certain amount of sense. Maybe? Oh, you need to do Cotton Crossroads. Okay, so there's no reason for you to be here right now. Or no need for you to be, or whatever. I can go check. Where are you here? Okay. Okay, you're doing Boreas Seabed, so you need both of them still as well. UAS just on. Where are you at with this? I just need to see if... Okay, you have stolen eggs. Okay, hang on. I have no idea what you were trying to do. Probably level those guys up or something. Okay, you've done Eternal Grove. Okay, so you're good. Although, while I'm here... Tune my chest, please. I don't know why I have that lying around. You ever look at your character and be like, what's going on here? Clearly, she just acquired these two heroes, and that's what's going on here, but, like... I've been talking about wanting to pick up the skill on my ranger, and so I'm going to go pick up the skill on my ranger. There we go. Monk definitely is good. Yeah, because I don't have a Shiro's book. I'm pretty sure I did it on her. So she's good. I do need to turn in this quest, apparently. And gain Goran and other random things. But she's pretty far along and stuff. Mesmer. I think my Mesmer's in a pretty good spot, too. Okay, I haven't done... What is this? Zabel's Hornbow? Funky. Okay, Okay, I have Defenders of the Forest, which means I've at least turned that in. So, we have a few characters that still need it, but I think we're okay at the moment overall. So what I'm going to do here is... I'm going to go Cavalon. And... hello, Illyria. Yeah, I'll go ahead and grab these quests as well. These are not important to me at the moment. What is important is I'm wanting to go grab a Jadeite shard. Should be over here. One shard, please. Thank you. Okay. That opens up my cap, or my amount of factions. That way I'm not, like, too far behind, but I'm also going to be in a spot where doing Defenders of the Forest and stuff like that, like, I'll be able to get my Kurzicks faction up. So that's what I was trying to figure out, is, like, how imminently am I going to need these on other characters, and it seems to be in a decent spot. I kind of do want, like... some sort of additional way of getting, like, Song of Purification active or removing conditions or whatever. I'm not quite sure how I want to approach it. I mean, I could just do something on Talcora, obviously, but, like... How did Dunkoro's thing end up all the way down there? This is all jumbled up. Well, it's fine. No, right now we're doing... Did I not grab that? Hang on. Right now we're doing going to House of Zuhelzer and making sure I have the primary quest. Because I don't see Defenders of the Forest here, and I definitely haven't done it on this character yet. Yeah. I will go ahead and pick up Fort Aspenwood and Jade Quarry as well, because I have those outposts. It will be fairly trivial to grab those, but it will cause me to drop out of my party, so I'm not going to do them just now. Okay. This leads to Ferndale. I don't need to go to Ferndale. I need to go Defenders of the Forest. Yes, this way. Okay. Well, got myself all sorts of turned around right there. Not ideal. Not ideal at all. Oh yeah, let's go customize these daggers that I got as random loot. Give them to Zenmai. They're not like 100% what I'd like, but they are what they are. Okay, I have 63 gold. That's enough to customize them. I do wish there was a guild skin or something that you could do there, but these are bad and I don't want them. Goodbye. Yeah, while I'm here, let's get rid of these. Grab another ID kit to stick over here, and also I should probably just check out these runes. I don't know why I closed that thing. Don't know why I didn't stop over here first, but whatever. Get out here. 98 gold. Okay. Major deadly arts. Probably not worth anything. No. Bone lace is a necromancer insignia. It's also not worth anything. The mini master one is worth a bit, which makes sense. Bone lace, we still know that's not worth anything. Minor energy storage. Is that still... Okay, that is valuable. It is not through the roof like it was at one point, but still good. Minor blood and survivors. Minor blood is 700, so that's good. Vitae has some value. It has enough value that I'd salvage it out, unless Ghost Forge is worth more. Ghost Forge also has some value. That's 230. Vitae was a little bit lower, right? Yeah. So let's grab Ghost Forge first. If I keep it. Okay, I did not. Brawlers and Minor Domination. Minor Domination's probably not worth anything. It's worth a little bit. Brawlers, one of those ones that sometimes has some value. Okay, let's pull the Brawlers out. Okay. Pull the Minor Domination out too, why not? Nice. Maximum value. Okay, do I want to use that? Vac, do you have a... No, I will give Vac Minor Energy Storage. That seems reasonable. Elias, did you have... Elias is probably good, yeah. It's Minor Blood Rune already. Okay, let's go ahead and sell these off. And then the rest of these can be sold to the merchant. Actually going to go ahead and just buy another Significant Capture while I'm here. Okay. Now then, let us defend a forest. And then we will do some egg stuff, I guess. Yeah, I'm going to want to, like, set these up. Capture one more elite skill. Call it there. Been a good meaty stream. I've done a lot of stuff. Gotten a lot of assassin skills and a lot of progress in factions on this assassin. So I would call it a good stream. I am getting quite hungry. So, I do like the idea of wrapping it up and getting some food. sakes, taking me so much damage. That felt like a better feeling. I remember this area being a little bit tricksy, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. The daze doesn't do anything there, but it does get me next to him, which is what's important. Take out this mender. We are being absolutely much money. Absolutely surrounded by mantids. Course is kind of full of them though. Okay, Klaus, let's go. Oni. Don't want Oni attacks. I do like the way they just kind of ambush you out of nowhere. Okay, that's been cleared up. I need to go this direction. Do I want to go? Nah. I love seeing the streak from when I shadow step, but these weapons have a streak to them. That was fun. But yeah, these Wardens of Earth are kind of nasty. Okay, somebody... I guess I don't have a condition removal that can target him, which is a little unfortunate, but... It's really nice being able to use dash and instantly getting rid of crippled because of Song of Purification. It is ally with an air shot, which is crazy good too. Nope. None of that nonsense. Part of what that means is that Klaus can get the benefit from it if he has any skills to use. There's Wilbur. Wilbur. I just think of some pig. I have not read Charlotte's Web in a very, very long time, but it's one of those books that, you know, you tend to read young and it kind of sticks with you a little bit because of that. Dragon Monster. Potential issue. Missing skills is especially brutal on the assassin. I kind of don't want to go to near Libra while I'm affected by disease. Oh my goodness, there's so many guys out here. Where are you going, character? Okay, I'm gonna wait out the disease here. Actually, I can do this. Nah, I'm gonna clear that up from a lot of folks. This is a source of plant fibers, so of course I'm salvaging it. Remember, juggernauts are made by converting human beings into them. Painted flesh is a lot better now, that's for sure. Hello, Binotron, and your party of 14. Welcome. I hope you are doing well. Hope you had a good stream. I myself am actually nearing the end of mine, but I'm going to collect some Defenders of the Forest. Basically, I'm looking to prep Galahad and Eternal Grove, except in the other order. That is not the NPC I need to talk to, and I don't know why I thought I did. And then I am planning on, from there, getting a few outposts in Maisheng Hills, capping an elite skill, and that will be my plans for the rest of today, but I certainly appreciate you dropping by. Tackling Prophecies. Yeah, it's going pretty well. I've gotten all of the warrior skills at this point. I am very much so still working on... Like, Monk is probably the next closest to being done, I think. But I'm not necessarily just getting all of the skills on a character of that profession. So, like, there's Martyr I want to get on my Necromancer, for example. I don't have much use for it on Primary Monk. So it's been a whole process of, like, figuring out, okay, who do I want to get this skill on? But it's going pretty well. I'm almost certainly over 50% done. I haven't, like... What I've been doing is I've been looking at the Priest of Balthazar and tracking it that way. But I've been really neglecting my assassin, so I have been focusing on getting her through factions to be able to get a bunch of skills. How's Prophecies going? For you. Obsidian Flash? That's just rude. Okay, it looks like we're going to aggro everything over here. Everything over here. There you are. Struggle a bit with Ascension missions. Yeah. Are you doing it with just henchies? Because those are brutal with just henchmen. Okay. So you got some heroes with you. That helps, but... Yeah, I did those with just henchmen. Oh, like 6 years ago or something. 'Cause I did a playthrough of the campaigns. I called it a slow playthrough because I was like paying attention to all of the lore and like trying to read all of the things and stuff. Something I hadn't done in ages, sort of thing. And I was also not like jumping around campaigns and stuff. So when I was doing Prophecies, I was just here henchmen. I think I needed viewer help for, was it Thirsty River in particular that I needed viewer help for? Yeah, thanks for dropping by. I appreciate it. Yeah, this one's definitely not been that brutal. But there's a lot that I learned from doing that playthrough, especially about, like, enemy movement triggers. Things like that. Once all of the NPCs get close enough here. Okay, it allows me to advance. I'm not really watching cutscenes as I've been doing things here. I've had other priorities. Okay. Now that I have prepped that, I need to go over this way. Here's the outpost. Now, there's a boss that I do want to capture from, but that boss doesn't spawn while Stolen Eggs is active. So I'm going to need to clear this up first. This is a weird map, though. Maisheng Hills. For some reason, there's outposts on, like, either side of it, as well as down here. I don't know why it has so many. And in fact, it's Siphon Strength. That's the skill I'm going to be capturing. Oh, Skullfish. Spirit of Soothing is actually kind of bad for Song of Purification, although I don't think there's a ton of conditions here, so it probably won't be too big of an issue. Might even be worth changing builds around a little bit for this area. Yeah, probably is. I don't know which one of these I'm going to do first, actually, come to think of it. But Charge would certainly be better in both of them, actually, come to think of it. But it looks like the boss that I want probably spawns somewhere in, like, this area, and these guys are here for the primary quests, so... Activate hostilities. Not sure what he's blocking with, but I guess I could have used Unseen Fury to get around that now that I think about it. Always an annoying quest to have to do with like, I can't even stop at any of the outposts because I need to be able to carry this box the whole way. And if I go into an outpost, I have to come back and get it again, which is a little annoying, but it is what it is, I suppose. Does it really matter which way I go up here? Probably not too terribly much. Maybe it matters a little bit. Maybe I don't want to fight Sea Crash. Wallows. Yeah, I figured that guy was going to use escape soon, so I held off on using a wild strike until good, so I could break it. Yeah, we're gonna be ambushed by Oni in this little area here. Right on schedule. Unseen Fury lets me blind them all, which is nice. It's a really good skill. At some point. I think it best to go to cavalry. Might be. Something to investigate, maybe. No, because I'll just go get those and then come down from that. That'll make sense. Okay, I'm talking to myself about how I want to route getting to the elite skill that I'm going to be capturing. I do have a skill of capture, right? Okay, I have 2. So we're good on that front, which is important. Come on, y'all can catch up. Important to stop this boss from killing us all with high-level air magic. Oh, 502. I just made Dunkoro cast Vigor Spirit on me, so that way Golden Fox Strike would be unblockable, but it didn't end up mattering. I really, really do like the dagger naming scheme. Golden means it cares about being enchanted. Black means it cares about your opponent being hexed. Fox is unblockable. Lotus gives you energy. Things like that. So like Fox Fangs is an unblockable. Ninetails is a reference to Kitsune, which is a fox. Therefore, it's unblockable. Ninetail Strike. There's probably a little bit more room for them to have done some consistency with it, but I am overall, like, it's a really good naming scheme system. This is a similar thing going on with Chance. Where Paragon Chants are like, yeah, see, here's Naga's skin. See, they have Naga pelts, Naga hides, and Naga skins, and it's like confusing which one's which. But the like Arias care about casting spells, songs care about skill usage, so like Song of Purification. There's only one ballad, but it triggers off of being hit. So if they made more, they could do it that way. Lyrics, I believe, care about signets. So they have like a whole consistent, like, what activates this. Anthems care about attack skills specifically. So yeah, there's a whole thing there that is a consistent thing, which I think is really cool. Makes it easy to remember like how the skills work and everything as well. Of course, it boxes it in if they wanted to change functionality, but as long as they cared about maintaining that, and I think they ought to. It's one of the cool aspects as far as I'm concerned. just make our way along the edge of the coast here, and we will arrive at our destination. We might find some Kappa along the way, though. I feel like I remember seeing Kappa along here. Jade Sea is such a cool idea. Looks like we'll miss this Kappa group. They're patrolling that way. But I think there might be another one that's actually all Kappa, yeah. I hear that we'll run into. That's okay. Did not mean to hit NC3 there, but sometimes a fat finger. They're very insistent on bird vision spam. Okay, Hatchery Keeper Gratian, allow me to present you a box of stolen eggs. And then I will tell this Endre that I have returned this box of stolen eggs, and then I'm going to go outpost grabbing. And then capping. Yeah, I'm going to need more Kurzicks faction at some point here, but that's not an immediate concern. The fact that you can walk up this thing is a little bit wild. Alright, so I'm going to head north here. Probably should have changed Zenmai's bar. I'll do that at the next outpost. Change her back over to tactics, I think. I think that's probably more useful. I could leave her. Yeah, tactics is probably more useful. No, there's a Necromancer boss here. I do not remember what they have offhand. Woe Spreader. That might be Lingering Curse, if that one is... I don't remember if that's core or not. I don't tend to get this one. Hold on. Is this the terrace? Right over there. I think this is the terrace. Yeah, Eridon Terrace. Strike's not gonna work. Okay. Talcora. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and change her over to having this. I think slightly less hex removal will be fine. Tactics. I'm gonna drop that. Give her Fear Me. Watch Yourself. Charge. I don't think I'm gonna give her the defensive thing. I might give her Soldier Strike though. That's a good one. Honestly, they should probably change these riposte skills too, as long as you have a melee weapon attacked instead of sword specifically. I don't know. Feels like it would be reasonable. Okay, let's continue on our way. We're gonna head, what is that, west now? Again, like, I don't know what this town just connects to here. I have no idea why it's there. Same with the next town we're gonna be visiting imminently. I don't mind them. It's just like an unusually high density of random outposts, which is kind of like, huh? Why? What? As far as I'm concerned. This is by Posse that we're heading towards, so we're gonna go along this northern route here. A lot of Rottweilers up here. Sars, Storm Scale. Not named for the Storm Scale. Of Mark Rosewater fame. Actually, I don't know how I want to phrase that. That was invented later. It's just a lightning damage boss. That's a reptile. Are Nagas reptiles? I assume they're reptiles. They're snake-like. Can't see much because of this enormous quantity of foliage. But I can see my enemy's health bar at the top of the screen, and that's good enough for me. So we're going to be fighting Storm Scale again. This boss is surprisingly tanky. Okay, problem down. I don't want to stand next to that when it blows. That's unnecessary damage. Okay, got through there. Didn't drop a staff. Probably would have been good for Vec, but here we are. It's a little drippy over here. It's kind of neat. Oh, it's raining over on this side. I like dynamic weather in games. Or weather in general, for that matter. It doesn't have to be dynamic. It can be like setting up things like day-night cycles, dynamic weather. You kind of need reasons for it. Less so now than you used to, but you know, I'm okay with losing the minions there. I don't think we're going to be having them around much longer anyway. If Lysandra over there's presence is an indication, yeah. Just by Posse reach. Probably the thing least... Yeah, charge made the enemies drop background. The thing that's least... like... had in games is changing seasons. There's certainly some games that do implement the concept, but is very much so a rarity. You know, probably what happened is they needed a certain number of outposts, because you have like Lugar's Conservatory and St. Angelica's Shrine over there, right? So they probably needed a certain number of outposts that could be captured for going each side, and this is just where they decided to put them because they didn't really have a better spot. And there's probably some other criteria that they're looking at as well. I hadn't thought about that before, but that makes sense for like town ownership being kind of a significant concept in factions. We're not here to fight Sea Crash. I don't know what Sea Crash has, but we're not here to fight it. Yeah, Sarish Rattler. I think that's who we're going after. By we, I mean me. I mean, maybe you're also going after Sarish Rattler. I don't know. Certainly allowed to. Where is this fool going? Well, that's the least what I wanted to say. I don't know which one of these I'm going to do next time, but this was a quick and easy spot to get to, so that's where we're going. Yeah. It's a strong skill in some regards. You know, I think I'm going to put on Death Charge so I have multiple Shadow Steps, because having more Shadow Steps is nice. Although, honestly, maybe I want Caltrops instead. I've been wanting a Snare. I might just do that. Okay, well, my skill bar aside, actually, I'm going to pop into my guild hall and clean up my inventory. But I do thank everyone for watching. That is where, or like, here's where I'm going to end the stream. I've definitely been going long enough as far as I'm concerned. But had a good time. Got a lot of progress made. So, a bunch of good stuff in that regard. Hello, random merchant. Get out of here, key. Yeah, it's good to make a bunch of progress. Get a bunch of skills unlocked as well. So, until next time, everyone, I do thank you all very much for watching. Take care. And goodbye.